Good morning. Good morning. I think we are live. All right. Today is Tuesday, February 18th. I'm starting a little later today. I was actually debating whether or not I should even stream today because the ATR value is really low. It's only a 16 right now. And I typically don't like to trade unless it's above like a 20, 25 at like a minimum. So, there's one smaller move here just after 7 a.m. Central Time this morning. But then it's just been kind of a grind, and I don't really do well in those grindy moves like that. Not when the ATR is low. For me, that's kind of a losing money machine. So I figured I would start to stream and see what the open does here. See if it can kick it into gear. But if not, then I just end up ending the stream early today. So we'll see. Let's go ahead and look at the higher time frames. Looks like we're close to taking out that London high. Haven't quite done it yet. Maybe we'll do it at the open here. But the 15 is kind of choppy looking. The 5 has been pretty choppy as well. But technically the 15 is bullish since the delta is above that confirmation line. The 5 minutes bullish and the 3 minutes bullish. So at the moment we should be looking for longs if we can get them. But I know how the market open likes to flip things around on a dime, so that could change very quickly. Check out the news for today. President Trump speaks today at 2:30. That's interesting to see on here. Normally they don't put that on here. This is all coming from Forex Factory. So at 2:30, President Trump speaks. Where is he speaking? Wherever he's speaking must be assumed it's going to have a market impact because it says hi, and he talks all the time. So that's interesting. Other than that, it's not really anything going on today. Looks like kind of a boring day. Hey, K. John, good morning. So we'll see. We'll see what the market does here. See if it wakes up a little bit. But as of right now, it's kind of a no trade zone for me because of that ATR. Hey, there's a decent sized candle on the 825 algorithm. Kind of popped out of nowhere. By the way, I'm going to do something a little different today. Last week I was trading 8 micro contracts. And so I had various take profit points. I was taking basically 4 contracts off at whether it be 80 or, I was testing some different scenarios. But today, I'm going to load up an eval And I'm going to trade minis. So I'm going to trade 2 contracts, and I'm going to take one off at 40 ticks. And then I'm going to take the rest off with the C delta. We'll see how that goes today. So from a points value, it's going to look a little different. And I'm still not really sure what the best way to show that is. Because like with, what I've been doing lately is I've been trying to break it down like by contract. So if I'm trading 8 contracts, the total points P&L will show that, assuming you were trading 1 contract. So it's, it's points by contract basically. So if I'm trading minis today, it's only going to be 2 contracts, so the point value is going to be less, but the actual dollar value should be a lot higher, if that makes sense. Well, the market looks like it's kind of trying to wake up here. It's still under a 20. There's a bigger candle. It's actually a pretty nice move down here. Never did take out the London high. Now we're gunning for London low. And we just took it. It just kind of rolled over and waterfalled out of nowhere. Curious, this tick down right here from the power zone. How many points is that? It's 230 ticks. We got VWAP sitting down here at 252. Those delta candles are getting big and fat. We just touched VWAP. And we're open. Interesting. Dropped all the way to VWAP and we're opening at VWAP. Well, the ATR has definitely woken up. It's up to a 34 now. And we just hit the daily open, which is sitting at 238. Yeah, as far as this move down goes, there's not even really a good entry signal for it. It just kind of, there's a couple little delta squeeze looking setups here earlier, mainly right here, but those would have stopped out. So yeah, there's not really a good entry before that drop. It's kind of the problem with the low ATR price action. It's usually really choppy. Just busted through the daily open and hit the previous week high. Just sitting at 224. Got the kids home from school again today. They were home yesterday. And but today they don't have school because of the cold. So they canceled school because it's minus 15 outside, real temperature, not wind chill. Where it pulled up here back to London low, we had the 8 SMA is right there. A little bit of confluence. I was thinking about putting a short limit order right there, but I didn't. Looks like 40 ticks would have worked. 80 ticks would have worked. ETR's at a 52 now. Crossfire Trading, where are you located? My kid's home this morning due to cold in Minnesota. I'm in Minnesota as well. I'm in Stillwater. Where in Minnesota are you? Duluth. Wow, is it a bit colder up there? Maybe not because of the lake effect. Looks like it's about the same where you're at. Yeah, minus 14. This picture behind me right here is from Duluth. That was a picture I took at a wedding that I was shooting. I used to be a wedding photographer. That is at Bitgers. Yeah, it's a cool place. Well, so far we're just kind of sitting here on top of this daily open. See if we find some support here. The delta does not currently agree with a long, but that could change here pretty soon. Signal just put in a higher low, which can be a decent long. The first higher low from the drop is usually a decent one. It's usually better if you have some bearish divergence in there, but we don't have any of that going on. If you took that, the entry would be at 839. Close that candle right there. Looks like 40 ticks would have worked. I would prefer, though, if the delta was actually turning up. So I'm sitting tight and waiting for that. Delta is starting to flash a little bit of exhaustion there. We're sitting right at the VWAP. But, you know, the 5 and the 3, they're coming down so hard. It's kind of hard to trade against that as well. So the safer play would be to just wait for a short setup, if we even get one here. Yeah. You want to show me a magic trick? What kind of magic trick? Wow, that's crazy. Do you want to show the camera? Yeah, show the camera. See if you can get on there. Come here. Me try to do it. It's not my magic trick. It's your magic trick. It's pretty cool, though. They can't see. Well, they can see part of it. How is she doing that? I wonder. That's pretty cool. All right. Bye-bye. Ooh, and there she goes to the downside. I'm kind of wishing I would have taken that short right there on the 8 where London low was. That would have been kind of nice. Now we're sitting under the previous week high. Still dropping like a rock. Weird that this is supposed to print the previous day low, which is supposed to be right here at 192, but that never printed on the indicator. Maybe it knows that somehow yesterday was a holiday. This lower high on the indicator, or on the signal right there, that was a potential short entry. Would have been right there. The reason why is because the delta was still has a negative slope at that point. But taking the shorts from the green zone is usually riskier. I mean, it can work on these strong impulsive moves like that. So if you're getting an impulsive move, and that's in the playbook, it does detail how to enter on those impulsive moves like that. But lately, I haven't had much luck with those, so I didn't take that setup. However, come down 69 points since then. It's a good move. Also, if you're wondering why it doesn't print the lower high signal on the delta, I'm sorry, on the signal line, you know, like this red triangle that you see up here, that is because I have the indicator configured to only print the lower highs in the red zone. And if you get a lower high in the green zone, I mean, I still make a mental note of it. I just have it configured so that doesn't print in the lower half of the indicator. You can change that if you want to. You know, like if you come in here and go into the settings, you could just get rid of this add signal filter, level bull, level bear. And if you hit OK, now you see there's a lower high here. You can't see it, but there's one there. It's just very faint. It's hard to see that one. But now it will print them. Here, you can see these back here. See right there, you get those red triangles. Those are just a little less significant in the green zone, so that's why I have this filter turned on. Well, after taking out previous day low, looks like the bulls are trying to step back in. Good morning, Raphael. You know, if you go back and look at the 15-minute, here's where we have our confirmation line cross. Signal pulls down into the lower half, back up towards that upper power zone and ticks down. That is a short right there on the 15. The 5 and the 3 still have very thick deltas, so we should be looking for a short. I still haven't seen any good entries yet, though. And right now, on the 1, we have a positive slope on the delta and with a positive delta. Which is actually bullish on the 1. So if you want to short against that, we need a tick down from the upper power zone or in the red zone with a really weak delta. But if the delta is getting stronger, then you're probably not going to want to short that. Hi. What's up? You just watching? You don't know? We got the 9 o'clock candle here in 2 minutes, actually a minute and a half. We have the signal in that red zone, so if we tick down here, I'll probably end up taking a short. Yeah, it's running too early on me. I wanted to get it before it ran down like that. Basically just came back and retested the previous day low. So we did get that tick down from the red zone. So technically that is a short as long as the delta is really weak. And it is fairly weak at the moment. I would prefer if it was closer to the 8. Goofy. Well, now I'm wishing I would have taken that. It never did pull back to the 8. I had a limit order sitting there on the 8. I was trying to see if I could snag a short there, but now it's just dumping. So that was it. That was the short. it was this tick down from the red zone. Would have been a good one, too. Gosh darn it. Let's see what that one would have looked like. There's the tick down. There's the entry. 40 ticks, it would have got that very easily. There's 80. Went as low as 211. And it wicked perfectly to my trend line on there. To the tick. Got a little bit of bullish divergence going on that signal line. Got a lower low on the price, higher low on the signal. I was thinking about pulling the trigger on that, and then a little kid walked in the room and wants me to open a banana for her, so I guess I missed that one. There you go. That would have got 40 ticks. Man, I'm just missing them left and right here. Did you guys see that that plane crash? The Minneapolis to Toronto flight? That happened yesterday. It's very bizarre. I just saw the video this morning of Looked like somebody was in their car that actually took video of it coming down and landing. And it came down. It looked like it had kind of a hard landing, but it was square to the runway. And it looked like that right landing gear just kind of gave way and the whole thing just rolled. It's not supposed to happen. Wings came off and everything. Yeah, and you know what's really crazy is that flight was the same exact flight that I fly on when I fly to Toronto. Minneapolis to Toronto. It's always a little CRJ 900. 700, 900. And I was supposed to fly there at the end of this month, actually, in 10 days. Same flight. Just very, very bizarre. What's with all the plane crashes lately? I don't know if it's a glitch in the matrix or something else is going on. Well, we still have a fat delta on the 5, fat delta on the 3. The delta on the 1 has a negative slope to it on the more recent delta candles, but if you look at the overall, we got a positive slope on it. You kind of have to take both of those into account. So we could be bottoming here. Excuse me. We're starting to flash a higher low on the 3. Delta's tapering on the 3. Delta's really thin on the 1. And the you guys always hear me talk about the delta and the confirmation line. When they start getting closer together like this, the continuing to trade in the direction of that move starts to become riskier and riskier. Because as those get closer and closer, we start to see a bottom. With that being said, we do have negative delta, and we just put in a lower high. So that could be a short there. More of a riskier one. All right, we got the delta turning positive now. We're starting to put in a little bit of a delta squeeze. Again, it's another big candle. I don't like entering on those. It's just too easy to get run over. Starting to flash a higher low on the 5. Got a limit order sitting in there on that 20. Well, it looks like I might get passed up again. I'm not having very good luck today with my entries. Oh, maybe it's going to pick me up now. All right, I am in. My first trade of the day. 22,193. Tell me this one's going to be a loser right off the bat. Yep. Well, gosh darn it. Of course, the one that I get in ends up being the loser. ATR's at a 70. It's pretty high for an 80 tick stop. Earlier today, it was too low, and now we're getting to be too high. And of course, in the turnaround zone, we got turbulence, which equals chop. Just went long there. At 22, 175.62. I'm not asking for much, market. Just a little 40 tick move. Hey, Jason, good morning. It's not going too bad. I've taken one trade, had one loss. I'm in my second trade right now. Missed a bunch on the way down, but that's how it goes sometimes. All right, I just pulled it at break even there just because we did tick down. And of course, now it's going to... Ay, ay, ay. See this little tick down right there? We had a negative sloping delta. It wasn't turning up, and we got that tick down, so I had to pull it there. She is just not cooperating yet today. That wick right there, that would have got it, though. Had I stuck in there one more candle. All right, now we're putting in another higher low. Ay. Delta is starting to turn positive here. All right, I just went long again. 22,176.50. Still just grinding here. Well, I'm out on that one too. I can't believe it won't even go up the small little 40 ticks on these moves. That's crazy. I mean, usually that's not a problem right there. Still just kind of pushing and grinding down. Of course, we still have the fat deltas on the 5 and the 3, so that's not helping the longs there. Be nice if it actually gave me a decent short setup. Can't even get one of those. Well, the tip off for me that I probably should not have taken that last one is we still had this negative sloping delta there. In order for that to be a valid delta squeeze, this has to be a positive slope, like it was over here. So this one was valid, but it wasn't ideal because the higher low should be closer to the delta when that happens, like this one. But then this one wasn't ideal because we had a negative slope on the delta. So you could argue that I should not have taken that trade there. Yeah, the delta squeeze does not have to cross the confirmation line. It just has to be close to it. But, it's no fun when you've missed all of those trades and then you finally jump in and you have a couple losers back to back like that. Not only that, but full stop losers. My 80 tick stop is it's supposed to be more of a catastrophic stop, but it's not supposed to hit that. Because usually I'll get out on a tick down near break even or it'll be a small loss. So back to back full losses suck. Yeah, Schroden, the delta squeezes after the cross are definitely a higher quality setup. If you're just looking for quality, yeah, you definitely want to wait for those. Good morning, Stealth. Stealth, you blew one trying to buy the market like down here in this chop zone? Or do you mean trying to buy it on the open up here? Well, I'm trading an eval right now, and I'm trading minis today. So those losers right there have me pretty close to blowing that eval. I was trying to see if I could scale it up today and just pass one really quick. Usually that's not a hard thing to do if you're only looking for 40 ticks. But today, it's not cooperating yet. I'm going to grab some coffee. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. On the second tick up, you went in with 5 minis. Ooh. On, you mean right here at 913? Well, 5 minis will do it. That's a hefty load. Yeah, that pesky trailing drawdown, man. Well, that delta is getting awfully close to crossing that confirmation line. Bullinox 90% off, huh? 15 per account. That's not too bad. That's pretty cheap. I've never had a Bullinox account. Are they still doing that sale? Cool. Yeah, maybe I'll check those guys out. So we just got this tick down from the red zone, and normally that would be a short if it was like back here. But the fact that the delta's crossing the confirmation line, that kind of negates that. So we should be looking for longs here. What do you need? What about it?
Hayden wants to sleep or something together for his homework.
All right.
You cut all the stuff up and put that in there?
No.
You don't think?
I don't know. That's a lot.
There you go.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So if I go to Bullinox.com, for the 50K account, it says $125 a month. Is that that seems very different than your $15. Oh, you have to use a coupon code? What's the code? Awesome. Thanks, guys. Now she's coming back down. All right. Still looking pretty choppy down here. Yeah, overall, that cumulative delta is just looking really ugly. However, looking back, this would have been a good short. This one right here, it ticked down from the red zone, but it was that big candle. So you might have got stopped out in there in this nasty chop right there. That was a potential short. Here is a lower high. It's in the green zone, so I don't like to take those, but right there, it's a relatively lower high than this one. So that would have worked. You would have been in here. There was a nice little drop, but then it popped up right away. So there's trades in there, but it's not clean. It's pretty nasty. Now, see, we had the cross, and then we had the tick up from the green zone here. That was a long there. Here's the entry. That's what I was looking for earlier. It just wouldn't happen. But see, this one's probably a little higher quality because we finally got above that confirmation line. But man, that was slow going, getting there. And I missed it. Oh, man. Schrodens is funny how there's now pretty much always a red folder line item on the Forex Factory news schedule that says tentative President Trump speaks. Yeah, I was commenting on that earlier. I don't remember ever really seeing that in there because he's speaking pretty much all the time. So does that mean he's speaking at like somewhere where it could potentially affect the markets? Or is he just having a normal press conference, or what does that mean? Self, you got that bounce? Good for you. I wish I would have grabbed that bounce. I was over here sleeping. Actually, what I was doing is I was checking out this Bullinox website. Do you guys know how long their 90% off sale goes for? Yeah, I know. He's everywhere. It's like he's been in office for years, but it's only been 2 months. Hasn't even been that so far, has it? It's been like 1 month. Cool. I'm assuming that Boolanox works with Quantower. As long as it's a rhythmic connection, I think it should work. Anybody out there using Quantower with it? Okay, nice. We are getting a power zone tick down. But again, the delta's above the confirmation line, so a little risky to go short on those. The second one is usually better to take if you're going to short it. Like if it puts in a lower high, even if it's not a lower high, even if it, as long as it's the second one, and the delta's looking really weak, that can be a short. Jason says, I really like Take Profit. They removed the daily loss limit, which was a big deal. They pay out daily also. That's another one I've never used. What's their website? TakeProfitTrader.com. Cool. I'll check them out too. Do they have any special sales going on? How do their activation fees compare to like Apex? I think for a while Apex was what, 85 bucks? I think recently they just increased it, didn't they? Like 125 or something. Oh, you can't trade news with that? Sometimes the best entries are 1 minute before news. Yeah, I don't like that rule. I trade news all the time. Yeah, that is very true, isn't it? There's always a give and take with prop firms. Like Bitcoin's been chopping too in the hourly. It's looking kind of ugly. All right, we did just put in our second tick down. at 10:04. I wasn't ready for it though, so I did not take that. Still, it's not really an ideal setup anyway. Probably better off just waiting. Good to know, Schroden. ATR's come down a bit. We're sitting at a 44 now. We got the anchored VWAP sitting here at 202.50 or 202.75. Schroden says, my love-hate with NinjaTrader persists. I swear so many of these platforms I'm convinced are made by people who don't actually trade. Didn't you try out Quantower? I thought it was you that was checking that out too. What were your thoughts after playing around with that? Ah, okay. Yeah, see, I don't use any indicators in Quantower. I use it purely as an ordering interface. That's it. Well, I shouldn't say I have zero. I do have basic EMAs on there. I have the 20, I have the 50, and I have the 8 SMA. That's all I have. So by doing that, you can get away with the free version. Looks like on NQ, we took out this high, but on MNQ, we didn't. Well, this is our first lower high since coming up from the bottom here. So I'm giving this one a shot for a short. And I'm out of that one. That didn't work. That delta is super thin and just grinding up. That is a market condition I do not like. ES is struggling at VWAP. Well, we are at our anchored VWAP right now. We're putting in our second lower high. The delta is still just kind of marching up, though. It's really thin, but it's marching up. Kind of hard to short that. Now it goes. Jawad, what is the mistake you did that made you lose the deal on this last trade? Well, I wouldn't call that a mistake. I like to keep my losses small if I can and not hit my catastrophic stop. A catastrophic stop is 80 ticks. And the fact that it ticked up with a rising delta, I will exit on that every single time in order to try to keep my losses small. But then it presented another short entry here with the second lower high tick down. But by that time, the delta was in the upper half, and so I'm not really interested in trying to short that anymore. But of course, that's the one that actually went today. I'm just not having very good luck today. That ended up being the winner right here. This would have been the better short. You know, 2 is usually better than 1, lower high. And 3 is better than 2. Thanks, Jawad. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're welcome. You're welcome. She is so cute. Schroden says, come on, let's get a few more likes for Tommy doing this every day. Thanks, Schroden. I would appreciate that. If you guys could go ahead and hit that like button. Subscribe if you like. We're getting closer to hitting 500 subscribers. That'll be a significant milestone. Signed teacher's pet. So, Stealth, you're using the BTS from Z? You know, I used to use that a long time ago, but I haven't used it in a long time. How are you liking it? Oh, wow. Your youngest daughter turned 14? Well, my other daughter is 13, so she's kind of in that same vicinity. It's crazy how different they are. You know, you would think that your kids would be somewhat the same if you try to bring them up the same, but they are totally different. Everyone is so unique, you know? Kind of sleeping at the wheel here. So this is a long right there. We have a positive slope on the confirmation line. The delta is clearly above the confirmation line, so that is a long all day right there. And I should probably see if I could get snagged in there. I think I missed it though. Wow, Schroden, you have twins? 9-year-olds? Yeah, isn't that crazy? They are so different. Oh, guys, how did I miss that long right there? I was sleeping at the wheel. Good one, too. There's 80 ticks. It's over 80. Well, if we look back on the day from the open, this last signal right here was the clearest, probably highest quality signal we've had all day long. And I missed it. You know, this one here was good too, but still kind of, I mean, it wasn't as clear because we had a negative sloping delta at the time that printed. But here it's clear. Like the delta, not only is it positive sloping, but it's in the upper half. And it still hasn't reached the upper power zone. So that's a good long right there. Especially after taking out this wick low over here. That was a good signal. I just got picked up for a long on the 50 right here. 22,187. That was not a cumulative delta entry, by the way. I was just trying to jump on the train there. Sean, hey Tommy, been following for a bit, but on my work computer, so just made a new account to chat and subscribe. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate that. Well, I'm not really liking the way that this is looking now. I wanted that delta to keep steaming up here, but it's showing exhaustion. We're also showing a lower high on the 3. We're kind of chopping those EMAs right here too. Probably would have been better off just waiting, being more patient for the cumulative delta signal. We're finally starting to get one here, but experienced more drawdown there than I like to have. And man, that delta is just not very consistent. I suppose it's about that time, 10:36. But we've had such a choppy morning after that drop. I figured maybe we'll start to smooth out here. A lot of times if you have the choppy morning, it smooths out over lunch. But This is just kind of ugly. This delta is nasty. More chop. You know, even in the chop, usually it's not that difficult to get 40 ticks, but I just cannot get 40 ticks today. Come on. You're almost there. Oh, come on. Just nasty. It can't even give me 40. Of course, it's going to consolidate right here, right where I get in. Pulled up at the last second there. Otherwise, I was going to pull the plug on it. The thing we have going for us here is we do have a positive slope on the delta, even though it's negative. It's usually a leading indicator that we're going to go up. Sean says it's kind of crazy how much NVIDIA can single-handedly move the NASDAQ. Is that what's going on? Excuse me. What is NVIDIA doing? Well, right on schedule. We get the full moon and we're going up. Still amazed how all that works. All right, come on, man. Why are we consolidating here? It's going to drive me to my breaking point. I'm going to pull the plug. All right, I'm out. I can only take so much of that sideways nastiness. Oh. Four and a half points on that one. Yeah, Sean, the full moon. It's crazy how the markets tend to go up when there's a full moon and then it goes down when there's a waning moon. It's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, see here how we had the waning moon Market pulled back. Here we have a full moon. Market goes up. Here we got the waning moon. Market pulls back. Here we got a full moon. Market goes up. Waning moon. Market pulls back. It's crazy. And now we're on the full moon. It's a mystery why that happens, but it happens. Jawad, hello again, Tommy. When I just paste your chart from the playbook, I cannot do anything in my chart, and I see a word on the right page that tells me to view, view only mode. There should be an option to copy the template. So it should be in view only mode until you copy it to your own. You have to copy it. So on the upper right, there should be a button somewhere that says copy template. I should also note, though, that you have to have a TradingVIew account that allows you to have that many indicators in order to copy it. So it's possible that you might have to upgrade your account. There's a bare bones version that has the minimum amount of indicators in the playbook. You can copy that one too if there's an issue with the number of indicators. Brian Hawkins, I like the 65 EMA on higher time frames, sitting it on the 1 hour chart. Good for overall trend direction. And Schroden says, I'm always amazed at heat maps of the NQ where Mag 7 stocks just dominate the screen coverage. All right, I better start paying attention here so I don't miss the next one. We got a choppy delta, so part of me thinks I should just walk away, but if we get a tick up in this green zone, which could be this very next candle, that's a long. However, the delta is chopping, so it's not ideal. Yeah, the price action's terrible. As I said before, there's trades in here. I just missed them all. Those tend to be my worst days, when I grab all of the losers and I leave all the winners on the table. You know, had I actually grabbed the winners that are there, I wouldn't be doing so bad. All right, I just went long on that tick up. At 22,189. Can we finally have a winner, please? I think we deserve it, don't we? There we go. Now we finally got a winner. Man, that was so difficult to get. So that is one contract, 10 points. So now I just have a runner. We'll see where we get with the runner. Stops at break even. But again here, you know, if you look at the setup, we got a positive slope on the confirmation line. Delta, even though it's chopping, it's clearly above the confirmation line. So this is a long all day. Now, had I just been patient today and waited for a clearer setup like that, I would be in a much better position. We're above the anchored VWAP now. We got the standard VWAP up at 223, which is pretty much in line with the previous week high. So if you kind of zoom out here and look at a bird's eye view of all of this, you notice back here at the open, we had the initial big drop down. But then as soon as this confirmation line started to kind of bottom out here, and see now if you're just looking at the confirmation line, it's smooth, right? It came down, it kind of bottomed out, now we're going up. This whole area where we bottom, it's always kind of a turbulent, choppy area when the trend is trying to change. There could be a lot of opportunity in there as long as you time it right with the signal, but today it was just kind of, like I said, there's trades in here, but it wasn't easy. All this chop down here kind of screwed me up. But sometimes it's good to just kind of zoom out, look at that confirmation line, and kind of get a feel for how price moves with that. We're getting a tick down from that upper power zone. Went ahead and moved my stop up, so I'm trailing now. And I just got stopped out. That was at 22,208. So that was 19 points on that second contract. All right. We're working our way back here. And yeah, we're likely to go touch VWAP, but I'm trying to keep a short leash on these since I'm so over leveraged at the moment. So now I'm just going to wait for the next setup. I'm going to shut the door. Jawad, how much dollars do you earn for a one-win deal? I'm sorry, I'm just a beginner who dreams to be a professional trader. I started from just like 1 month ago. Well, it really depends. It depends on how much of a position size you put on. There's always a fine balance. So, well, to give you an idea, if I pull this up, this is my total points right now. So it's minus 72 points. So if I was trading micros, I'd only be down $144. But today I'm trading minis, so I'm down about $1,400. So it really depends. Depends on how many contracts you're trading. So you don't have to have very big moves in the market to make a lot of money. It is a fine balance. Well, good thing I exited when I did, because I'd be back to break even right now on that trade. You know, that's why with what I'm trying to do today for my take profit strategy is I'm exiting on the first tick down that goes against me. That's a fairly conservative way to do it. So I'm taking profit on one contract at 40 ticks, and then on the next contract, I'm just exiting on the next tick down. In this particular case, I moved my stop up so I didn't exit on that candle close. Would have been better off had I just exited on the candle close. Wow, it's so frustrating and exciting at the same time. Welcome to trading. It is a roller coaster. And but if you're just starting out, I would recommend trading on a demo account first before you trade any real money. And I would recommend doing that for at least a year before you start trading real money. Just so that you get a good idea of how price moves and get your strategy dialed in. Most people learn the hard way and lose a bunch of money first. If you could avoid that step, that would be preferred. Good morning, ML. Yeah, I second that, Jason. Read and listen to Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. That's a great book. He does a really good job of giving you perspective on how you should approach trading from a psychological perspective. Yeah, Sean, what's up with the new product announcement? Do you know if it's supposed to be like a completely different product or just a revised version of an existing product? But yeah, if it's lame, the market might not like that. Rumor is just a revised iPhone. Yeah, when is the last time they've actually created a new product? Not just a revision. Seems like it's been a while. Mel says, I think it's the iPhone Slim, is what I heard. Jawad, do I need to? Because I've become a member to Zeiierman from the link you provided, and I am learning about all good indicators and strategies he offers. I would still, if you're just learning, I would still trade on a demo account first, because what you're going to find is, I mean, indicators are nice, but you still have to know how to trade. And you know, the indicators, they make trading easier, but you still have to learn how price moves. You got to learn market or price structure, market structure. And the other thing is that I think is really hard for beginners to learn is you might have a good winning streak, and that'll be in one specific market condition, and so you'll feel like you're on top of the world, that it's all easy. And then the next week it'll be a completely different market condition, and then the strategy that you were using will no longer work. So the key really is to excuse me, is to learn how to identify the different market conditions and try to modify your trading strategy based off of the market condition that you're currently in. And that includes learning when to walk away when the conditions are not ideal. And I still have an issue walking away when I'm supposed to. I know when I'm supposed to, but it's so hard to, you know, to put the mouse down and to walk away, even for somebody who's been doing it for years like myself. So yeah, Sean, bare minimum 3 months, I'd say. Even if you're trading for 3 months, you still might not see all of the different market conditions that you need to see. You know, it's also good to go through like a bear market, go through a bull market. They're very different. Yeah, and that's the other thing. There's so many different ways to trade. There's millions of different ways to trade. There is no right or wrong way. Everybody does it a little bit differently. You know, things that work for some people won't work for you because of just the way that your mind sees things. So you really got to hone in on what works best for you. Right, Sean? Month of the year matters too. And Schroden, that's a good point. The prop firms do provide value when you're trying to learn, but I still recommend starting with a demo account until you really do have that confidence. Then dip into the prop firms and still try to trade small, don't overdo it. And that's the other thing. Once you learn the strategy, it's a whole other strategy, learning when to take profit. I'm still experimenting with different take profit strategies. It's like I already know my main strategy, but different take profit strategies they could change your end of day results dramatically depending on where you take profit. So there is always room for improvement no matter how long you've been doing it. And that's one of the things that I think keeps me interested. My mind kind of works that way. I'm always up for a challenge. What would you learn from trading in the zone? You would learn not to get too emotionally attached to any individual trade. You would learn that statistically, if you do have an edge and you trade that over a series of trades, say 20, 25, 30 trades, you should be able to see whether or not your edge works over the series of trades. But if you're focused on each individual trade and you're picking and choosing which ones to take, which ones not to take, you could easily have today's a good example of that. I was picking and choosing which ones to take. I had a few losers in a row. I was kind of sleeping at the wheel and missed the winners. But had I taken everything that satisfied my rules and my strategy, my end result would be way better than where it is right now. But that's because I missed the winners that were in here. So he kind of teaches you that you have to size your position size accordingly so that you can still span it out over 25, 30 trades to run a test. And that includes you have to be able to withstand a series of losses, like 5 or 6 losses in a row. If you can't withstand that, then that means that your position size is too big. Anyway, there's a lot to learn listening to Mark Douglas. Highly recommended. Yep, thinking in probabilities. It's all about the statistics. And your statistics all get thrown out the window once you start picking and choosing which trades you take and which ones you don't. Because you never know which one's going to be a winner and which one's going to be a loser. You think you know, but you don't. So as soon as you start picking and choosing, all your statistics get thrown out. I just took that long here, by the way. 22, 180, 50. So number one, that was a tick up from the lower power zone. Number two, we took out this low for a little liquidity sweep. I was a tad too late pulling the trigger on it, but we'll see if we get the winner here. Another thing is that, every instrument trades a little bit differently. So you kind of have to learn the personality of the market that you're trading as well. And like NQ, for example, I mean, I know statistically I do better in pre-market and like this time of day. Like, it's 11 a.m. or 11:13 a.m. here. So for NQ, if I would only trade from 7 a.m. until the New York Open at 8:30 Central Time and walk away and come back at like around lunchtime and trade that until just after lunch and maybe a power hour at the end of the day, I know statistically that would improve my odds. But I started streaming, and so now I kind of feel like I have to trade through New York Open now. Anyway, I just had a winner here. I moved my stop to break even, so I got one contract off. And that is for 10 points. That moves us to 39. And I still got a runner on. And I hit my break even. So that's a good example of it was still a profitable trade. Had a runner on, but now I'm break even on that runner. So I still got 10 points on one contract on it. So, your whole risk management strategy is that's something I think a lot of people don't focus on enough. It's one thing to have a strategy on where to enter and where to exit, but how you do that, how you scale in or scale out can make the biggest difference in the world. One second, my dog needs to go out. This trade right here is a good example of why you should take profit early. And now if it sets up again for another long, I can always get back in. Got to keep in mind, though, that those higher time frames are still pretty bearish. The 15 still heading down. We got a short on the 5. We got a short on the 3. So we could head back down and revisit these lows down here pretty easily. You know, we have this, we crossed the confirmation line back to the downside on the 1. So the 1 at the moment is looking fairly bearish. However, we still have the delta in the upper half. If the delta starts to turn positive or starts to turn up and we get a higher low here, then I might jump back in to take that long. But because of the higher time frames, I'm still looking for shorts as well. One second.
She was cleaning. Oh yeah. She doesn't normally do so. Yeah. That's suspicious enough. Yeah.
Okay. We're getting a tick up in that lower power zone, but it's kind of tough to take this one. It's not a high or low. The delta has made its way into the lower half of the indicator now. So it is more risky to try to take this one long. Higher time frame signals are still pointed down too, so I got a feeling we might head back down to those lows. You know, speaking of Mark Douglas, might be kind of fun to create a new AI song, AI, artificial intelligence song, with the teachings of Mark Douglas. That might be kind of funny. So far, we have a song on fat deltas, country song. We got a rap song on trading the VWAP. I think a Mark Douglas song might be geared up next. Jawad says, I wish I wasn't a medical student so I can use my time to learn and give trading more time. But I am pressured while studying medicine. At the same time, I need to work hard because I want to be rich. Well, you have good aspirations. It sounds like whatever you do, you'll probably be successful. You got to work hard, work at it. Trading's no different. You know, trading is something you can always do, though, so try to ease into it. Focus on that medical degree. Jason Richardson, Marky Mark D. There you go. Yeah, Shroud and I agree. One of the hardest things for new traders is to stop trading when you're down small. What helps is having something else you need and want to do. That is for sure. Sean has a good point too. You got to be very careful of that get rich quick mindset. Getting rich is a good aspiration to have. Doing it quickly usually doesn't work out so well. You got to have patience. Well, we are starting to put in a lower, I'm sorry, not a lower high, a higher low. Higher low on the signal. The delta's positive, but you got to be careful here. That delta's really thin. It's like walking on thin ice. We're pulling up to the 50. You could easily just reject off the 50 and round back down. It's not a great cumulative delta setup, put it that way. It might work out, but it's not clear. Where are you from, Jawad? Just curious. Brian Hawkins, I like the level bull bear zones on the indicators. Higher time frames can show potential moves. Thoughts on them? The level bull, level bear. Are you referring to the higher lows and lower highs? Are you referring to these? Level bull, level bear? Mine are set so that it only prints the bearish lower highs in the upper half of the indicator and the bullish ones in the lower half. And yes, they are significant. And I do incorporate those as much as I can. However, I was just going to say, this could be a short right here. We just got a tick down from the red zone with the delta heading down. It's, you know, all of this is risky here though, because see how choppy that delta is? It's a little higher risk, but that is a short there. The bulls are trying to step back in. Brian, I think that's the default option is 0.008 and 0.002. You can set it to that. That's just not where I have mine set. That will give you basically the higher lows and lower highs at the extremes, which are really nice. You know, here's an example. That's exactly why I went short on this one here. And then ended up being a loser. And then it ended up dropping back. I could have jumped in the second one, but I kind of hate to do that right after I lose. But for example, if we get a lower high here in this red zone, it's not at the extreme, but if we get it here, I'm probably going to take that short. You think we'll have crap price action until Friday PMI? I don't know. It's possible. I try not to predict at all. I only react to what the market's given me. But yeah, it's possible. Don't we have some big earnings coming out this week too? Was it NVIDIA? Or who's coming out with earnings? And usually those weeks are really nasty, choppy. The Bulls are trying here. Can they pull it off? Looking at the earnings this week. Medtronic is today before the open. Tomorrow, any big names in here? I don't know. Etsy. Tomorrow's Etsy. Before the open. On Thursday, Walmart, Alibaba, Dropbox. I don't know if those names are big enough to really make a big deal. Schroden, I was just thinking about that. This could be a good short if we get a downtick in this upper power zone here. Delta's under the confirmation line. Everything kind of lines up. However, that delta doesn't look to be tapering very much. We did just take out that little swing high there, so could be a little liquidity sweep. I'm going to give it a shot. I just went short on it. 22,190.50. Now the delta's tapering. Sometimes you got to jump in before the taper. We did just have a EMA crossover. The 20 went above the 50, so we could start turning bullish here too. Gotta keep an eye on that. Thanks, Jawad. Appreciate that. Here we got the bulls trying to step back in. Come on, bears, where you at? Let's push her back down. There we go. Push a little harder. Got to keep that signal line pointed down. All right, there's one contract off. Moving my stop to break even. Jawad, is there any difference in markets like Forex, stocks, Bitcoin? Is there a real difference between them, and what markets should I trade on? Yeah, there's a big difference between those markets. Personally, for day trading, I prefer trading the futures and Q market. I do trade crypto, but the liquidity is not the same on crypto, so that can be a little more difficult to trade, which is why I trade it on the hourly time frame. I swing trade that more than anything, and I have bots that trade it for me. So now if I could trade them manually and actually be at my computer 24 hours a day, I would prefer that on the hourly, because there's some things that I would not take had I, had actual eyes on them that sometimes the bots can't figure out. But I think it's a good trade-off using bots for crypto, and then for day trading, when you have to react a lot quicker, having eyes on it is the best. Man, that almost hit my break even right here. I thought that was going to hit. It must have been one tick away, because I'm still in one contract. And there it goes and takes me out. Another example of a winner having a smaller TP target. Look at that, barely got it on the end of that wick even. Kind of like this one over here. Awesome, Taurus Trades. Taurus Trades says, hey, Tommy, just wanted to give you a shout out. Just passed my first eval using your methods on the ES. Well, congratulations. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Forex. If you have a choice, I would trade futures over Forex. That Delta still chopping. What do you need? What? Tell me what you need first. All right. A little 6-year-old needs my attention. I'll be right back. All right, where are we at? Looks like we're seeing a little bit of resistance here back at the 200, which is also the anchored VWAP. We're starting to put in our second lower high here. However, we did just have a delta cross on the confirmation line. So I kind of want to short this, but I don't know. Then we got the 12 o'clock noon candle coming up in 4 minutes. I could totally see that spiking the market in one direction or the other. What? My wife just sent me an article that said Minnesota declares state of emergency amid outbreak of trifecta of diseases. Well, I didn't know that. So what, are they going to try to lock us down again? Well, Delta is rising here. It looks like we're trying to create a little bit of a bull flag. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a tick up above this rising Delta. Where did she see that? dailymail.co.uk, which is a weird that we would be, we live in Minnesota. So weird that we'd be finding out from a source in the UK. Here's the link. All right, this is a bull flag looking setup. We were flashing a tick up above this rising Delta. I kind of want to take this long, but kind of breaks my rules because it's in the red zone and it's not a very reliable setup, put it that way. Yeah, ATR is low. It's a 27. Yeah, I agree. And you can see it in the delta, all of that nasty chop all throughout. The Daily Mail has better Minnesota coverage quite often, as strange as that seems. Really? Crazy. All right, the 12 o'clock candle is in. We did just have that tick up. I think I am actually going to give this a shot here. I know it's not ideal. I'm in higher than I would like to be. 22, 199.25. Oh, of course. Of course, I'm on the end of that wick right there. But it is a tick up above rising delta. This is the bull flag setup out of the playbook. See if I can get a little winner out of it. It's looking better now. All right, Jawad, thanks for stopping by. Get some sleep. Well, we're halfway to my target. Just need a little bit more. Delta still rising. At least there's a little consistency in that delta, which looks nicer than it has been. Kind of stalling out here, though.
Be right back.
And we're starting to put in a tick down here. Of course, it's got to be a giant candle. So if it closes down, I'm pulling the plug and I'm out. So that's a break even. You know, there's just not this ATR is so low. It's at a 25 now. That's why I'm not even getting my 40 ticks on these. So, as Jay was said, nothing is great at the moment. Delta's showing exhaustion again. We are getting a tick down from the upper power zone on the 3 and a lower high on the 5. Looks like that power zone tick down was the short. This looks like a pivot machine gun here. Taking out all these pivot low stops. Be coming all the way down to take this low out. Potentially. We did get a tick up from that lower power zone, but the delta doesn't seem like it's cooperating. Not yet. And it still looks like this low wants to get taken here. And then maybe eventually back down to those lows. Be nice if we could actually get a short setup for it. Still pushing down here. Again, it would be nice if it gave us an opportunity to jump in. There's been 0 pullbacks on this move. Think it wants to take that low. I want to jump in short, but that would be FOMO. There's no good entry on this. Yep, there it goes. It just took the low. Weird. It did on NQ, but not on MNQ. Well, the low on MNQ must have been a little bit different. Anyway, they both got taken. Just as predicted. I don't make predictions, but when you have a trend line like that and it gets broken and the delta is heading down the way that it is, it's a good chance you're going to take out that low. I went ahead and went long there on that tick up from the lower power zone. 22,164.50. Main reason why I went long there is because we did take out that low. We put in a little bit of a hammer candle so I could see the buyer stepping in. The delta was tapering. Not a whole lot, but it was tapering a little bit. I'm not looking for a huge move here, so I would expect it to at least pull up to the 20. We got fairly close to the 20, so I'm going to go ahead and move my stops to break even here. All right, so I am risk off at the moment. ATR is slightly higher than it was before. It's at a 29 now. Still pretty low. And I just got stopped out at break even. Couldn't quite hit my 40 ticks there. ATR still too low. Now it'll do it. Yep, now it does it. What do you know? Of course. BTC is plunging. Uh-oh. Nasty. $94,000, huh? We are getting a tick down. It's in the green zone. This looks like it could be an impulsive move entry. That delta candle is really thickening up here. We did just take out that other low. So far away from the 8, though, it always wants to snap back like that. So I don't like entering on the big candles. Talked about us heading back down to these lows. Looks like that's playing out right now. What sucks about these moves, though, is there's no good entries. There's no red zone tick down. It's a green zone tick down. Well, we just printed a little bullish divergence here. Got a higher low on the signal. I'm going to try a quick long here. 22, 149.25. But if it looks like it's struggling, I might just pull it. Delta's still pretty thick right here, so give it one more little chance here. All right, yeah, she's struggling, so I just pulled it. All right, guys, I'm just going to call it right here. Be done for the day. The ATR is just so low. I can't get any there's no good entry signals, and I feel like I'm starting to force things right now. So I'm just going to call it, be back tomorrow, and see if tomorrow's a better day. All right, guys, take care and good luck.
I said certified trend, watch that V-box stick. Trade so clean, got my profits real thick. Yeah, I use that VWI, volume weighted, that's the map. Hit my levels, never cap, big green candles, watch them stack. I'm in the zone, got my setup tight. VWL bouncing, entry right. Big lot size, no scalper life. Trend is strong, I hold all night. Market open, watch the tape, liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend and not decide. Be drove by magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. Yeah, I use that view get, volume weighted, that's the map. Trend confirm, I let it clap. Catch that move, no looking back. The mode is shift, I see it clean. Delta rising, bulls and steam. Volume high, trend is mean. New day high, that's routine. Market's wild, stay composed. Bounce, I double dose. Risk is tight, reward is vast. Let it run, no exit fast. Pre-market plan already set. If it's weak, then short's the bet. Buy is strong, but I'll adapt. Trade what's real, don't get trapped. No emotions, risk defined. Volvo telling me it's time. Big green candles, money stacked. Trade that volume, never lack. Market open, watch the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, he gon' set my fate. If it holds, I let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Market open, watch the tape. Liquidity gon' set my fate. If it holds, I let it ride. If it breaks, I cut with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Why day chop, I step with pride. Midday chop with pride. Midday chop, I step aside. Wait for trend, then I decide. Vop by magnet, price aligns. Catch that dip, now watch it climb. No emotions, risk defined. Volvo telling me it's time. Big insane. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait for retest, then I claim. No emotion, hits get fine. Baseline price, it runs the game. Overextended, I refrain. Wait for retest, then I claim. Emotions, risk defined. Pop, pop, telling me it's time.